Braden Vetter and Braden Jacobson. This is your final gate call. All right, FFA Beef Showmanship Class 2 going to be Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, Brianna Hollingsworth, Brant Jacobson, Riley Vetter, Brinley Farthing, and Catherine Love. Once again, FFA Beef Showmanship Class 2. While we got a second in the action here, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our beef judge for the day, Mr. Chad Holcamp. He's the owner and operator of Holcamp Cattle Company in West Point, Iowa. Chad and his wife Kim began Holcamp Cattle Company as first-generation operation in 1988. With a start of 4 cows, Holcamp Cattle Co. now consists of a full-time cattle operation. Champions have originated from HCC at the national and state levels and are marketed through multiple sales throughout the year, with an emphasis on purebred cattle as well as club calf production. Chad has judged numerous livestock shows throughout the nation, including such events as North American, the American Royal, Fort Worth Stock Show, the National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, and the owned heifers at the National Junior Angus Show. Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University in Stillwater and his associate's degree from Blackhawk East College. Recently, he was inducted into Blackhawk East Livestock Judging Hall of Fame. He was a member of the national champion livestock judging teams for both Blackhawk East and OSU. Chad and his wife Kim have 2 sons, Skylar and Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Chad Holcamp. As our judges sorting through this first class of FFA showmanship, want to just thank all of our buckle sponsors for today. Our champion FFA showman buckle, sponsored by Stacy's Cakes. Our junior market 4-H is MDM Landscaping. Our intermediate buckle is sponsored by Hollingsworth Angus. Our senior market beef showmanship is Circle J Cattle, and our overall grand champion market beef is sponsored by the Laramie County Cattle Women. Thank you again to all of our buckle sponsors. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, have two vehicles still need moved. It is a tan colored Chevy, license plate 2T197P, tan Chevrolet. 2T197P, you are about to be towed. And a Chevy Tahoe, looks like it's either black or navy, 2P7731. Once again, black Chevy Tahoe, 2P7731, you are about to be towed. Tan Chevrolet, 2T197P. Please get those vehicles moved immediately. Once again, FFA showmanship. Heat number 2, please start making your way. Should be Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, Brianna Hollingsworth, Brant Jacobson, Riley Vetter, Brinley Farthing, and Catherine Love. Once again, FFA showmanship class 2, Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, Brianna Hollingsworth, Brant Jacobson, Riley Vetter, Brinley Farthing, and excuse me, Olivia Love, not her older sister.
As we get out here, folks, it's my pleasure to be here, absolutely, to evaluate your show, give you some of my opinions, and work with your young people and go. So, we get started in showmanship, and that gets to be, at times, it gets to be a little challenging as you go through, as they come out here, because the kids have got so much want to. You can see it in their eyes and their desire and their want, and and then sometimes it just get to go through. So we're going to have a few go rounds here. So we're going to have, I'm just going to keep 2 out of each go round. I thought it was very competitive. I thought probably 3 of them in here. So the young man right here with this gray steer straight ahead of me, you're going to come back around for the finals. Young lady right behind him with the black and white one are going to be the 2 that I select out of there. So congratulations to you. The other young folks doing a good job. You're working hard. It's just a few little things. And I know you're at a disadvantage because if I tell you a little bit about what I'm after, but to me, I'm kind of no nonsense when it comes to showing. It's a competitive side. I want to turn around. I want to look at them. I want them set up. I want spacing, and I want them to go. So with that, it's been a good group. Start off here this morning. Give them all a nice round of applause, and we'll work our way through the next group.
All right, coming back out of showmanship class 1, going to be Riley West, Iris Lahiff, and Braden Jacobson. FFA Showmanship Class 2 coming into the ring. Going to be Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, Brianna Hollingsworth, Brant Jacobson, Riley Vetter, Brinley Farthing, and Olivia Love. Oh, just a quick update here in the barn. High West Energy is going to be out replacing some GFIs. So, exhibitors, if you temporarily lose power, please do not freak out. It is temporary and they will restore power. They're just doing a little bit of maintenance work on the facility. Thank you.
Again, a very good, challenging go-round of senior exhibitors that that are working hard and go through. And sometimes I think just stand back and just let time kind of go, and it kind of helps sort yourself out a little bit as you go. Because one, they're all very personable, they're all very knowledgeable, they know where they're at. It's just it's good to go. And same thing as we'll go, and maybe we'll talk about that just a little more as we go. But we'll keep 3 here again, and I just as you go and some things, and sometimes what we learn at the county fair is perseverance, and things don't go your way doesn't mean that you're not qualified to be a good showman, and the different days you do it, but sometimes just in that time it doesn't work. So, and I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about there in just a second. The young lady there with the black and white cap, you're going to come back around. She'll be one that comes back around for the finals. The two young folks down here, young lady on the far end, the young man there with the black and white one, be our 3 that we'll bring back and compete for the top honors there. And what I was talking about, perseverance, young lady, I know you do a good job. You've got a great steer. He's just not cooperating, and we're just not getting him showed good enough today in this competition. But I can tell just with your passion, your drive, that you do a good job, and I'm sure there's days that you have that you can win this competition as well. So my hat's off to you, but you're not going to make the finals as we come back and just where we're at. The other 2 done a good job. Just got to go. When I get over on the side, got to make sure your feet are right. Okay? I love your demeanor. I love your coolness with your calf working together. But when I look from the side, I just want to see him set up. Young man, you do a good job. You just got to be more confident in each move that you make and stay in there. So, folks, give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations on a good set.
All right, coming back out of heat number 2, going to be Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, and Brianna Hollingsworth. All right, coming back in, final drive of our FFA beef showmanship should have Riley West, Iris LaHiff, Braden Jacobson, Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, and Brianna Hollingsworth. Once again, right now, final drive, FFA beef showmanship, Riley West, Iris LaHiff, Braden Jacobson, Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda, and Brianna Hollingsworth. And guys, don't forget our friends Hot Shots Photography just outside in the exhibit area. Make sure you guys go over and check out all of the action shots they're getting of all of our competitors this entire week here at the Laramie County Fair. And a big shout out again to our friends Hot Shots Photography for all the work that they've been doing. FFA Market Beef Class 1. FFA Market Beef Class 1, this is going to be your first gate call. Looking for Jace Golding, Tatum Thompson, Gavin Broda, Blake Miller, Iris Lahiff, Olivia Love, and Trig Sedman. Got a little bit of time, guys, but that is FFA Market Beef Class 1. Only 3 classes today, so it's going to go relatively quick, ladies and gentlemen.
Folks, what do you think? Was that an enjoyable group of senior showmanships? Hey, that was good. I thought it was. Give a good round of applause. I tell you what, they're working. You know, when it gets to showmanship, you know, it really, the calf doesn't mean a thing in terms of how the calf's built, where it's shaped, where you want. I mean, it's all about how you're caring for it, and when I get through and when I get done and where they're set up and where those calves are set up the best. As we got down, these three sorted themselves out to me to the top in terms of every time I looked, they were set right where I want them. They were comfortable. They were in command of their animal. They were confident in what they were doing. So those end up being our top three showmen in terms of where it's at. So those are just some things where I believe in terms of putting them together. You know, not a lot of words to say in showmanship. It does mean a lot. I do, like I say, I do appreciate effort. I do appreciate passion. I thought this whole group had it. These guys here on this side did a good job as well. But they're placed in order. So your young lady right down here, you are my champion showman. Give her a good round of applause. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. So give them a hand. Congratulations, good group.
Oh, congratulations to our FFA Beef Showmanship, our champion Taya Thompson, your reserve Brianna Hollingsworth. In third, Iris LaHiff. Fourth place, Riley West. Fifth place, Braden Jacobson. And sixth place, Gavin Broda. Fourth, Taya Thompson, Brianna Hollingsworth, Iris LaHiff. Third, Riley West is fourth. Braden Jacobson fifth, Gavin Broda sixth. All right, FFA Market Beef Class 1. This is your ring call. Looking for Jace Golding, Tatum Thompson, Gavin Broda, Blake Miller, Iris LaHiff, Olivia Love, and Trig Sedman. Again, FFA Market Beef Class 1. Once again, FFA Market Beef exhibitors, only 3 classes. So be ready to go at gate call. Again, Class 1, Jace Golding, Tatum Thompson, Gavin Broda, Blake Miller, Iris LaHiff, Olivia Love, and Trig Sedman. And FFA Market Beef, we do a true top 10. A true top 10. So do not break your animal down. We will be bringing back the overall top 10. Coming into the ring right now, again, Jace Golding, Tatum Thompson, Gavin Broda, Blake Miller, Iris LaHiff, Olivia Love, and Trig Sedman. As we jump right in here to Market Beef Class 1, again, we want to encourage everyone to attend the FFA Sale of Champions. Going to be this Friday, 7 p.m. at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And then on Saturday, right here at the Event Center at Archer, is going to be our Laramie County 4-H livestock sale. That's going to be at 9 a.m. So once again, 2 amazing sales, 2 opportunities to support Laramie County Youth in Agriculture. The FFA Sale of Champions, 7 p.m. Friday, and our 4-H sale right here at the Event Center at Archer, 9 a.m. on Saturday. All right, guys, Class 2, FFA Market Beef, Gate Call, Class 2. Looking for Riley Vetter, KJ Miller, Brant Jacobson, Hunter Miller, Ethan Bomberger, Cale Schnell, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Braden Vetter. Again, FFA Market Beef, Class 2. Be ready for final gate call.
Well, I'll tell you, not going to lie to you. I get back now after showmanship. I get back in my comfort zone a little bit of where we go out here, but just kind of whipping them around here so the folks at home on camera can get a good look at them. And as you go, and every time as you go through a show, you try to figure out what the judge likes, what he's after, where it's at. You know, this calf here in a class of lightweight cattle that aren't market ready, he is still the best combination steer of this class. I think he's really, really good in terms of center body, his body balance, his proportionality. He's a really good, or the best in the class in terms of the way he uses his hind leg in terms of hock. He still maintains that balance on the side. He's put some condition on his top. Get your hands on him, he opens up good up high. Probably not like the littlest necked one out here within the drive, but yet just his body composition, the combination of traits that we're looking for, in my opinion, what I'm after for a market steer, he just pretty quickly became the logical choice for me to go ahead and start with. I do like him really well. The one in second has got probably just a little more shapely to him in terms of his hip, probably just a little bit stouter in terms of bone, but he doesn't maintain his top as well. And as you get your hands on him, he's pretty bare and open up there about his ribs. I would like to change him from that standpoint, but just didn't give me the balance or just the openness from his shoulder into his forerib like my class winner did. But I do like his shape, and still I thought when he got out there, I thought he moved very acceptable in terms of structure. Just a really good calf in his own right as well. The steer in third is one that, you know, we could sit here and have some debate, because there's no doubt that he is the biggest top. He's the heaviest muscled in this drive of cattle. He's good in terms of body. He's real fresh-haired. You love those things about him. For me, I just had to make the call, and still structure is still very important to me, and I just don't know if he's sound enough, hock to ground, knee to ground, for me to go ahead and use him at a show, you know, of this, looking to be a very competitive, high-quality show here today. I love a lot of things about him, young man. He just doesn't put enough together for me, but that's a good calf. You cared for him well. You did a good job, and has some good things about him. You know, the young lady comes out here next with a calf, and, you know, I'll just start out, or you lead with it, but Hydraulic Press was his name. In all my years of judging, that's the most unique name that I don't think I forgot or will forget, but I thought that was good to ask her how she got there. But, you know, that old calf gives me some challenge as well, because he's a bigger, stouter one. Like his center rib cage in terms of depth of body. From a muscle standpoint, I thought he probably got a little flatter, a little more nondescript in terms of his lower quarter. We put him into motion, being just a little longer toed. He gets a little more upright in terms of angle to his shoulder. I thought he lost his balance maybe a little more than I was comfortable for as we put him in motion. But you get him standing right there, he still gives us a good look. You fed him well for this size. He done well, got some body. Looks like he's got some doability, so we congratulate you for there. Just a good competitive class nonetheless. The gray calf coming out here next is one that's got some top shape. His upper skeleton is very good, and he would argue him to work his way higher in the class. But when you get down and study his lower skeleton, again, a little closed up in terms of his front knee, in terms of his chest, a little straighter in terms of his rear hock, and I'd like to see him go just a little better. But he's putting some shape on a condition, and that's what cuts him and elevates him over the next two cattle coming out here. The black and white calf coming out, just a muscular, stout calf that gives. He's solid in terms of balance, just a little coarser in terms of his build, coarser in terms of his joint work, still gets around the ring adequately enough to call him good there. The gray calf coming out, just give up a little bit in terms of weight. He's still a good calf. I know he closes out the class, but he's shapely, he's muscular. He just needs more softness in terms of his body, a little bit more weight to be more competitive, but a nice class. I know they're out there. Give them a nice round of applause. Good set of cattle.
All right, FFA Market Beef Class 1. Your winner there is going to be Blake Miller, and your reserve is going to be Iris Lahiv. Third, Trig Sedman. Fourth, Olivia Love. Fifth, Tatum Thompson. Sixth, Gavin Broda. And seventh, Jace Golding. All right, coming into the ring right now, FFA Market Beef Class 2, Riley Vetter, KJ Miller, Brant Jacobson, Hunter Miller, Ethan Bomberger, Cale Schnell, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Braden Vetter. All right, FFA Market Beef Class 3. Once again, first gate call, FFA Market Beef Class 3. Going to be Braden Jacobson, Brinley Farthing, Braden Jacobson, Taya Thompson, Adrian De La Cruz, Michaela Curlis, and Riley West. Once again, FFA Market Beef Class 3, first gate call. Well, once again, Class 3 gate call. Braden Jacobson, Brinley Farthing, Braden Jacobson on his second, Taya Thompson, Adrian De La Cruz, Michaela Curlis, and Riley West.
Boy, another high quality, enjoyable class here to go through, and kind of like that class before. I thought there was one that put the things together to a high degree. Young lady, that's a good calf right here. I tell you, wish he was heavier, but that one's got a lot of gas in his tank for getting on and going down the road. Hang on right there just a second. We'll look at these here. Bring him around. Keep coming here side view. We can kind of see, but this old calf to win. He's high quality. Got a great look from the side. He's stout and muscular, got some power, got some body. As you watch him go from the side, he's real good in terms of reach. The way he sets down from the side and the look he does give you, I think, is really good. Now, if you did tweak him, he does roll to the outside of his hoof and wants to roll his hocks out just a bit, but still one that's very, very acceptable and very appealing as we get him from the side. You just got to ask yourself if you got a market where market weight is here today, where you want him to be at comparatively, but that's simply the best one in this class by far. Calf I like and appreciate really well. Second and third, where it got a little interesting for me myself, the red calf is probably a nickel more moderate than I probably get comfortable with, but he's so big-bodied, he's so big-top, he handles so fresh in terms of power, still has some condition. And he went back over, and he just better in terms of the way his handle over his ribs at this point. Now, he's probably closer to his end point where he may be the same size as the calf ahead of him, but the calf ahead of him has a lot more days to him. But I like the stoutness, I like the power, I like the dimension. I like the outline and the extra extension this baldy calf gives us coming out here next. He's very fresh in terms of his appearance, but as you go and as I look at him for a market steer, a couple things I do. One, I get my hands on him. He's a little bit bare to the touch on his terms of his rib. You back off and look at him from a rib cage and center body. He looks just a little bit dried out. I'd like to see him just a little fuller and fresher, give him a little more bottom third, but I think probably for where we're at industry-wise, his probably frame and scale's probably a little more acceptable than is a calf ahead of him. But for me, for a guy that likes power and body and some doability, I thought maybe give up just a little bit. You did a nice job of showing and is a good calf. I'll tell you, this old calf comes out here next. Now, he may be slick-haired and may not have some of that look, but you just want to talk about center body and roundness to the lower part of his rib cage. I think he's very impressive, full rib to rib flank. He's very good in terms of upper skeleton out there through his hip. He's a little more deceiving. You get behind him, he's got a little more thickness than maybe you want to think he does from the side. But as we go out there, he's a little bit shorter in terms of his front and a little bit flatter in the top side of his rib cage. I'd like to change him, but still good cattle. Does a lot of things very, very well. Another good outline one that's good and straight about his top and good in terms of his balance. A little bit just too rigid in terms of his rear hock. Needs a little little more punch to the center of his quarter and stifle for him to be a little more competitive in this very competitive group of steers here today. Young lady, your calf here, he's big-ended, big top, got a lot of dimension to him. You know, his issue for me is just up at his front end. He stays pretty wide in terms of where his chest, where his neck comes there, and he just wants to kind of, like he tilts forward just a little bit, doesn't give me that balance that we've been selecting a few of the others, but there's no doubt that he's got muscle, he's got power, he's got some turn and shape to his rib, and still a nice calf, just a little bit weak in a few of them spots, but he did a nice job. We sure congratulate you for doing a good job there. You know, the old gray calf is one that's, again, has got some length of body, got some turn, gets a little lumpy down his top, or we'd like to square him up a little as well. You know, young man been doing a good job of feeding him. You can tell he's got a little longer toed to him in terms of some there. I think he's got gas, or he's got time on feed for him to reach his end point. I don't think he's quite there just yet. But again, just kind of balance. Black steer coming out, deep-bodied, thick-ended. I agree with you all day long with a lot of those traits. For me, it's just a little bit of balance. He's a little deeper in terms of his chest, a little bit more upright in terms of those angles in the front, a little more upright in terms of the back. Just again, from a balance standpoint, but he's a good, thick-ended, powerful calf. Give those guys a nice round of applause. Good class of steers.
All right, class winners. FFA Market Beef Class 2, going to go Riley Vetter. In second, Ethan Baumberger. In third, Brianna Hollingsworth. Fourth place, Hunter Miller. In fifth, Braden Vetter. Sixth, KJ Miller. Seventh, Cale Schnell. And eighth, Brant Jacobson. FFA Market Beef Class 3, this is your gate call. Coming in right now, going to be Braden Jacobson. Brinley Farthing. Braden Jacobson with 2. Taya Thompson. Adrian De La Cruz, Michaela Curlis, and Riley West. If you were top 3, all FFA Market Beef exhibitors, please be on standby for our final drive. All FFA Market Beef exhibitors, be on standby for our final drive. Do not break your animal down. All right, as we're working through our third class here again, just want to thank all of our buckle sponsors. For our champion FFA showman, big thanks to Stacy's Cakes. Our champion 4-H junior market beef showman is going to be MDM Landscaping. Our intermediate beef showman is going to be Hollingsworth Angus. Our senior market beef showman is Circle J Cattle. And our overall grand champion market beef buckle is sponsored by the Laramie County Cattle Women. Thank you again for supporting youth and agriculture and all of our amazing buckle sponsors.
Again, another excellent class to look and talk about. And, just like anything you're going to have in a show, you're going to have some differences to go and some challenges in terms of putting them together. But, there's no doubt in my mind, this steer here to start with is incredible in some areas. And he is big-topped and good and bold. I like them cattle that open up behind their shoulders and have that turn to the upper and lower rib. His body balance is awesome. He's muscular in terms of his hip. He has some quarter and stifle. He still gives you a good, attractive look when you get him from the side. I like those things about him. When you watch him go from the side, though, he does move good enough in terms of flex of his hock and go. When I get right behind him and watch him go, he concerns me a little. I like to just square him up in terms of his hock and have him travel just a bit better on the hind two. But I think he's still acceptable. I think we just talk about those from an identification standpoint to study. But boy, just a dense-bodied, big-bodied one that does some things really well. Now, for me, as we get down here and look, there's things as I go, and in first glance, the big gray calf, just weight-wise, is in there where you like him weight-wise and outline. I like those things about him. You get your hands on him. He's probably the greenest in terms of his condition on his ribs. He needs a little more top, a little more quarter, but I like his bone, his set, his look, his angles. Still got a nice hair coat. He's done a good job with him. I'd just like to see him a little juicier, a little bit fatter here today to be ready to roll there. But his extra extension and still does some things well in terms of the way he puts down his angles. Now, there's some things about this 1 and 3rd that is incredible if you want to get excited and look at one. And I know a lot of times we talk about shoulders back or talk about different areas, but I'm telling you, from shoulders back on this calf here in 3rd, that's an incredible specimen because he is wide top. I love his upper hip and that much dimension. And you talk about rib cage, he ties in good from his shoulder to his forerib, powerful in terms of just depth and width and boldness, however you want to talk about it, it's real good. He gets a little jammed up in his front end. He's a little too straight in terms of his angles. He, too, is probably just a little bit, maybe a little longer in terms of shape of his feet, but does some things well. Doesn't maybe put it together to the high degree of the two right ahead of him. But he has some things that are very, very impressive. Young lady did a good job of getting him fat, getting him ready, and does a good job. And he can be competitive as we come back out here and get in our top 10. There's no doubt about that. Young man did a good job just sticking this one again because this is one, again, that's got some good parts and pieces to him. He's big top, he's muscular, he's got some shape and turn. He gets off on the side, probably needs a drop down in his rear flank, a little more lower dimension for me. He's still good in terms of his running gear, in terms of joints and movement and mobility. I just got to see where my preference is always in terms of big body and shape in that midsection. I just got to open him up behind his shoulders and give him a little more dimension for him to be a little more my kind of cattle as we get out here, but still a very, very good calf nonetheless. Next gray calf coming out again, high cut ability calf. He's muscular. He's got a thick old meaty top and a good old deep kind of a hind quarter. A little coarser in terms of his joint work. I'd like to smooth him up from that standpoint, but a good calf. The Brockle calf, and as we come out here, and you might say, hey, he's maybe a little flat, maybe a little frail. But what I'm going to tell you is that calf is solid built. He's deep-sided. He's been well-fed. He does a lot of things from just a practicality standpoint that I still like things about him. Again, he's true in terms of when he takes this step, he's just not over powerful, but a good kind of a calf. The Shorthorn Blue Roan, marked one coming out here next. He's got some dimension, probably has a little bit more width. Doesn't handle his hind leg quite as well. Still runs out of his lower quarter to give him that balance. Kind of a flip-flop in them final two, depending on where they're at. I'd just like to see this in a little sounder. Again, nice class. Give them a nice round of applause. Head out of here. Good set of steers.
All right, Class 3 winner's going to go to Taya Thompson. In second, Riley West. Third goes Michaela Curlis. Fourth, Braden Jacobson. Fifth, Adrian De La Cruz. Sixth, Brinley Farthing. Seventh, Braden Jacobson. All right, final drive. Need all of our champs and reserves. Every other competitor, please be on standby. All other competitors, please be on standby. But right now, division first and second place winners. We're going to throw thirds too? All right, we're going 3 deep. So once again, top 3 in each class. Top 3 each class. Let them know who the class winners were, do you? I mean, like first, seconds, thirds. All right, Class 1 coming back in, going to be Blake Miller, Iris LaHiff, and Trigg Sedman. Class 2, Riley Vetter, Ethan Baumberger, and Brianna Hollingsworth. And Class 3, Taya Thompson, Riley West, and Michaela Curlis. Thank you. That's what I need. After our final drive here, remember FFA chapters, start thinking about building your pens of threes. Again, FFA chapters, after our final drive, start building your pens of threes.
As we get out here ready to pick your FFA champion steer, and I made a suggestion we come out here and bring the 3 and stack them in here, as we're going to go through and pick a 10. But you know, and I'm sure you guys are as proud as I am of these group of kids, and a good show as we get more out here, and I could be able to. I still know where I'm at as far as getting through, but I just I think it's good to have these kids, and we're just here to celebrate their hard work, their efforts out here today. So give them a good round of applause. You know, and I truly, you know, and I talked about there, you know, just honored to be here, to be in their presence. And, you know, you think about it in a county fairs, and any pride starts at the grassroots basic level, and that's where it's so important. And I truly believe that this is the greatest natural tradition we have in the United States. Max Fine is having a county fair all over the country. Wherever we go, we still have county fairs all over the world. And this is where, this is where it starts. If you're going to have pride in any town, community, country, it starts at this level. So we got a lot of pride, and you guys, I can see that. I've never been here before to be part of it, but you could just tell kids are polite. And they do a good job. And I truly believe the other thing is I talk about as well, I think these kids are the greatest natural resource we got in the United States. With a low number of farmers and ranchers we've had, these are what we're going to have to go forward and need. So I just not an overabundance of these kids, no matter where you go in the country, but the quality and integrity of these kids is unmatched. So with that, on your steer side, we'll get down through your 10. I still like quality. I still back from a production standpoint. I make a living every day running cows and what they produce, but I still think it's important to be in the show ring because I know financially it's a good time to be in the cattle business, but it's never been a bad time to be in the kid business. It's always been good. So put your hands together. I'll get you a top 5 and try to match them up together best we can.
Oh, your champion, going to be Taya Thompson. Your reserve going to go to Riley Vetter. Your third place goes to Riley West. In fourth place, Michaela Curlis. In fifth place, Blake Miller. In sixth place, Braden Jacobson. In seventh place, Ethan Bomberger. Need a gate call for Brindley Farthing. Gate call, Brindley Farthing. And Braden Vetter. Again, rain call. Brinley Farthing and Braden Vetter. Eighth goes to Brianna Hollingsworth. Hunter, Iris. Your ninth place goes to Hunter Miller. Tenth, Iris LaHiff. Eleven goes to Braden Vetter. And in 12th, Adrian De La Cruz. All right, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our beef exhibitors. Your 2026 champion, Taya Thompson, and reserve was Riley Vetter. All right, FFA chapters, momentarily start building your chapter pens of threes. Chapter pens of threes. Again, top 10 competitors, make sure you get a picture at the backdrop. Top 10 competitors, please get a picture at the backdrop. Again, chapter pens of threes. Looking for three symmetrical, somewhat identical beef animals. Chapter pens of threes. All beef exhibitors, for all Kiwanis Sale qualifiers, there will be a meeting either 3 p.m. or after the conclusion of our beef show today. So we will make an announcement, but again, all FFA Sale of Champion qualifiers, there will be a meeting today in the classroom, either 3 p.m. or the conclusion of our beef show. Again, looking for our FFA chapter, Pens of Threes. Right now in the ring, we have the Burns FFA waiting for any other FFA chapter, Pens of Threes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for attending the Laramie County Fair Market Beef Show. Got a couple of things we want to thank while we're here again. Want to thank Stacy's Cakes, MDM Landscaping, Hollingsworth Angus, Circle J Cattle, and the Laramie County Cattle Women for sponsoring all of our market beef buckles. As we wrap up our FFA Market Beef Show today, I want to remind everybody, please make plans to attend the FFA Sale of Champions. Going to be 7 p.m. this Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And stick around for the Laramie County 4-H show. Their sale is going to be Saturday right here at the Event Center at Archer at 9 a.m. Please come out and support all of our youth in agriculture. Also, a big thank you to the Laramie County Fair ambassadors. Adeline Marcy, Kinsley Nussbaum, McKinley Sunderland, Emily Shuck, and Catalina Wolski. Thank you, ladies, for all of your help and all of our fair staff for taking care of us this entire week. Again, at the conclusion of our FFA Chapter Pen of Threes, we're going to take about a 20 to 30-minute break, and then we will be getting ready to start our 4-H Market Beef Show. Once again, about a 20 to 30-minute break, and then we're going to start our 4-H show. All right, our chapter Pens of Threes, we've got the Burns FFA and the Cheyenne High Plains FFA. All right, your champion, FFA. Pen of 3 goes to the Burns FFA. Your reserve, the Cheyenne High Plains FFA chapter. Congratulations to all of our competitors.
At the end of today, we will pick our grand overall. And if you look up here at the front, we give a trophy out to the grand overall. It's the Rhonda Gasper Memorial. Rhonda was a rancher. They had a ranch down in southeast Wyoming. And there's a lot of us that showed that
that Rhonda was our show mother. She was an excellent woman, an advocate for agriculture, an advocate for the youth, and a huge proponent. Her children showed cattle very competitively here at the county fair, and they won both at the county level and the state level. But we give this traveling trophy in remembrance of Rhonda Gasper. So we will pick that one, and we pick the grand overall beef later today.
Again, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 20 to 30 minute break, and then we're going to start our 4-H show. Again, all top 10 FFA exhibitors, please make sure you have a picture with your animal at the backdrop. All top 10 beef exhibitors. The judge will be at the backdrop for photos. Today's judge will be at the backdrop for photos. Once again, FFA members who have qualified for our FFA Kiwanis Sale Champions, there will be a mandatory sale meeting for FFA Kiwanis Sale Championship qualifiers, either at the conclusion of today's beef show or 3 p.m., whichever one happens first.
Attention in the barn. We will start in 15 minutes with our 4-H beef show. Showmanship will go first. Attention in the barn. We are going to be starting here in 5 minutes. So this is your first call. Senior Showman, Heat 1. Brinley Farthing, Callie Harless, Cage Reisdorfer. You need to check in. We are at first call. This is second call for Heat 1. You need to be checking in. All right, it is time to start. We need our Heat 1 to be entering the show ring at this time. At this time, we need Heat 2 to be checking in. Hadley Urich, Isaac Urich, Brianna Hollingsworth, Brooklyn Kopetsky. You need to be checking in. We'd like to say good morning to everybody and welcome you to the Laramie County Fair Market Beef Show. We'd like to give thanks to our buckle sponsors. Our Champion 4-H Junior Market Beef Showman is sponsored by MDM Landscaping. Our Champion 4-H Intermediate Market Beef Showman buckle is sponsored by Hollingsworth Angus. Our Champion 4-H Senior Market Beef Showman buckle is sponsored by Circle J Cattle. We'd like to welcome our judge this morning. Chad Holtkamp is owner-operator of Holtkamp Cattle Company from West Point, Iowa. Chad and his wife Kim began Holtkamp Cattle Company as a first-generation operation in 1988. With a start of 4 cows, Holtkamp Cattle Company now consists of a full-time cattle operation. Champions have originated from HCC at the national and state levels. Cattle are marketed through multiple sales throughout the year. Emphasis on purebred cattle as well as club calf production. He has judged numerous livestock shows throughout, including events such as North American, American Royal, Fort Worth Stock Show, National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, and the owned heifers at the National Junior Angus Show. Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and his associate's degree from Blackhawk East College, Kewanee, Illinois. Recently, Chad was inducted into the Blackhawk East Livestock Judging Hall of Fame. He was a member of the national champion livestock judging teams for both Blackhawk East and Oklahoma State University. He and his wife, Kim, have 2 sons, Skylar and Dakota. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome him to our fair.
As we get started back here in our showmanship here in your 4-H youth show, the 3 we got 4 go rounds, and you guys are probably well aware of that. Just kind of repeating probably what you already know, but so we're just going to go through and trying to get where we're going to end up with 6, and it's kind of a juggling act on my part to try to make sure I got enough and make sure we get the good ones. But I'm sure we're going to be very similar in terms of quality showmen that we had similar to the FFA show. But all 3 of these did a very, very nice job. I think there's a little bit of gap in terms of just experience of getting them set up there and going. I think 2 to the front there probably need just a little more ring time experience. I think they're doing good, trying hard, get them set up. But young lady right here, you're going to be my one person I'm going to keep out of this go round to be into my final. So congratulations to you. Give them all a nice round of applause.
At this time, we have Heat 2 of our senior showmanship. We have Hadley Urich, Isaac Urich, Brianna Hollingsworth, and Brooklyn Kopetsky. Heat 3, you need to be checking in at the gate. Michaela Curlis, Braden Jacobson, Grace Bays, Taya Thompson, Walter Martins, Gavin Broda.
I'd like to remind our beef exhibitors that we are having our beef fitting contest this Friday, August 7th at 12 p.m. in the show ring. Sign-ups will be accepted up until 10 o'clock a.m., so find the QR code posted around the building. We do have prizes for each age group. Champion team will receive $250 and reserve champion will receive $150. So it's a great chance for our kiddos to come out, get some fitting practice in, and do some teamwork and work together on fitting a calf. So we'd like to make sure that you all know to get signed up, and we encourage you to do so.
Good competitive group of kids again. Took me that second go round just to kind of go and get there. And I thought, did well. Young lady in the far end, she's going to come back and then bring my finals. I thought she did well. I thought the three of you got very, very close. And getting in there. But young man, I know you probably just wondered a little bit on this competitive group where you're at. When you get set side view and go, just go ahead and switch hands, move them. You got a little bit squirrely. I don't know if that's a good term or not, but trying to go backwards and getting yourself spot. Just take a deep breath, relax a little bit, get to your spot, set him up and go. Other than that, I thought you did a really good job of showing. Young lady did a good job. Where you've got is when we get the one pulled ahead of you, you got to pull forward, okay? So just your comfort level and your effort was good, but I'd just like to see them as one gets pulled out in front of you, move forward and make sure you know where you're at within the ring, but did good. So young lady on this end, I'm going to go ahead and keep her back for the finals as well. So give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations to the ones that made it, and congratulations to the ones coming out.
At this time, we have Heat 3 coming in. We have Braden Jacobson, Grace Bays, Taya Thompson, Walter Martins, and Gavin Broda. Heat 4, you need to be checking in. Caden Egley, Kale Schnell, Isabella Osterman, Lane Harless, and Owen Green.
To kind of give him his head. He was kind of fighting your head just a little bit as he goes. Is a sight there, and I thought you did good. I think just take a deep breath and just relax just a little more because you did you led good to get around. You got him set up, but I thought you were just a little bit twitchy because I like him just blend in and just let the calf be the main focus. But other than that, I appreciate you coming out. Do a good job. Give them a nice round of applause.
This time we have Heat 4 entering the ring. Caden Egley, Kale Schnell, Isabella Osterman, Lane Harless, Owen Green. At this time, we need Brinley Farthing, Hadley Urick, Brianna Hollingsworth, Braden Jacobson, Taya Thompson, and Gavin Broda to be checking back in at the gate.
again, very, very competitive group, and I sure compliment them for coming out here and doing a good job and just competing and getting yourself better and doing it. So with that, I'm just where we're at. I'm going to keep one young man right there in the middle with the black calf, third in the hole. This is the one I'm going to keep and going through and just saying, young man, I thought you did a good job. Your calf didn't cooperate near good enough to get him controlled in there. Young man, as well, as you come in there, you're crowded over there a little too much when you got in that last time, up against that fence. We got to get them things set off so we can show them off. But I thought you did a good job on the basic side. Young man, you're going to go ahead and come back. Young man here, I thought you did a good solid job. Again, I know just little things as you're going around just commanding the ring and just stopping and blending to come with some experience of where it's at. But I thought you did a good job. Young lady, I had you there as you come around. We're going to be one I was going to take to my finals, but in that last when you moved up, you had your feet wrong and you went ahead and just accepted it. And we got to make sure that we get them things set up just a little bit. But I thought you did a good job right there. But I sure appreciate your effort. Give them a nice round of applause. Head out here on a good set.
All right, we're bringing back 7 for our Senior Showman Championship Drive. Out of Heat 1, Brinley Farthing. Heat 2, Hadley Urick, Brianna Hollingsworth. Heat 3, Braden Jacobson, Taya Thompson, Gavin Broda. And Heat 4, Owen Green. At this time, we need Heat 1 of the Intermediate Showmanship to be checking in at the gate. Tragon Apodaca, Audrey Weber, Ainsley Halligan, Harper Anderson, and Keaton Reisdorfer.
as we get out here, and I think, I didn't realize that we was going to have double jeopardy. We're going to place these kids. That we had some of the FFA and new kids that come back around, and it makes it interesting. Now, I think I made the comment earlier today. You really don't make what calf you have; it's just how you get out there. But I do think it does make a difference, on a calf and just getting one to work and do everything you need to do. So I don't know sometimes, and what I meant to say is that the quality of the calf doesn't make the difference, but making sure one sets up and gets going and doing the job. So, I'm always uncomfortable judging showmanship. Even a lot of times I've done it, I still would rather tell you if your calf is good or not and place it rather to look in the eyes of the kids when they got that much heart, that much effort they're wearing on their sleeve to do it. So they done a good job. It just gets down to a few personal preferences, personal differences. So with that, I ain't got a lot to say. I do have them as they sit right here. They are in order. I thought this young man down here did an awesome job. Give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results of our 4-H Senior Showman Championship Drive. In 7th place, Hadley Urick. 6th, Owen Green. 5th, Brinley Farthing. 4th, Gavin Broda. 3rd, Taya Thompson. Our reserve champion showman, Brianna Hollingsworth. And our champion senior showman is Braden Jacobson. Entering the ring at this time, we have Heat 1 of our intermediate beef showmen. Tragon Apodaca, Audrey Weber, Ainsley Halligan, Harper Anderson, and Keaton Reisdorfer. At this time, we need Heat 2 to be checking in. Iris LaHiff, Gavin Davis, Adrian De La Cruz, Tatum Thompson, and Kenrick Landers.
All right, as we get in our next division, they're going to have 4 go-rounds. We're just going to keep 2 on this go-round. We'll keep these 2 right here. Did a nice job as we get out here and go. And again, I compliment the rest of them. I've been big thing to make your ring awareness, know where the judge is at when he wants to bring you across, okay? I thought you did a good job. I'd get a little bit shorter lead rope or change it. I don't like it, bunched up there a little bit, but did nice. And then when you come around to the side, you accepted where he stood. You got to get them legs moved around where I'd like them, because I thought you led good, and I thought you did really good that way, but I just like on the side view to have one set up just a bit better. So, yep, give those a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
This time we have Heat 2 of the Intermediate Showmen, Iris LaHiff, Gavin Davis, Adrian De La Cruz, Tatum Thompson, and Kenrick Landers. At this time, we need Heat 3 to be checking in at the gate. Asher Defoe, Kennedy Schnell, Luke Rico, Braden Vetter, and Jackson Osterman.
as we get, again, this round of showmanship again. I've got two on this end. I thought did a very nice job, and I think we'll talk about them as they get back in the finals as we go. And I know we're talking about some of them, but young man, when you get out here, I thought you were right there in contention as you get going. When you come around that side view, though, you didn't try to set his feet and get him set up. You got to get them things, get them set so you give that best look. But as far as leading and knowing where you're at, I thought you did a very, very nice job. Young man, come out there next. I think there's times, just a few things, but I'd probably switch my hand over when you go to leading a little bit and just getting him set up would be kind of the biggest thing. I think you're getting better every time I see you. I'd just like to see it just a little quicker, just a little bit more ready every time. But I thought you was right there. I know you come up short, but I thought you did a good job. Give them a nice round of applause. They head out of there. Congratulations.
At this time, we have Heat 3 coming in the show ring. Asher Defoe, Kennedy Schnell, Luke Rico, Braden Vetter, and Jackson Osterman. At this time, we need Heat 4 to be checking in at the gate. Quincy Landers, Riley Vetter, and Blake Davis.
Another good go-round here again. I got two kids in this far end that both sort themselves out pretty quickly that we'll get out here that'll go ahead and you two right there first and second and come out here for the go-round. So congratulations for you to make it here. You three here, I thought you did a very good job. I thought they were very, very even. You know, some things I would say is, one, I just relax just a little bit more. You come back around that corner and just kind of let him walk and get him set up. I thought you could have set up, you had your legs crossed a little bit to the back, you know, there you was coming back, and I maybe wouldn't stand quite so far away from him. I'd maybe move in where you stay in front. I do like him in front, but maybe not quite that far away on the side view, but I thought you did a nice job. Young lady did good. Your steer's not working with you quite nice enough to go to maintain control. So give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
At this time, we should have Heat 4 entering the show ring. Quincy Landers, Riley Vetter, and Blake Davis.
You know, just three in this go round, kind of luck of the draw, how it works out, and things work and go. And I know we've got three, and I know we come around, but I think we've got two of the three that do a very, very nice job. Young man there with the gold calf will make it back to the finals. Congratulations to you, young lady in the blue. You'll make it to the finals. Young man down here with the Baldy, I think you can do a good job. I just don't think your heifer's cooperating good enough to maintain the ring and to get around and go. But I appreciate you coming back and getting that extra experience that you need to make yourself better and self-improvement. We like and appreciate that. Give them a nice round of applause. We'll bring your finals back in here right now.
All right, we have 8 coming back for our 4-H intermediate showmanship drive. Have Tragan Apodaca, Audrey Weber, Iris LaHiff, Tatum Thompson, Asher Defoe, Braden Vetter, Riley Vetter, and Blake Davis. At this time, we call the juniors, Heat 1, to be checking in. Quincy Sutherland, Everett Wilkinson, Landon Wilkinson, and Connor Olavison.
Once again, I'd like to invite our beef exhibitors to sign up for the beef fitting contest on Friday at 12 p.m. Your entries need to be done by 10 a.m. We'd like to thank Freeman Showbox for providing some of the product that the kiddos are going to be used for the fitting contest. So once again, thank you, Freeman Showbox, for providing product for the kids to use during the fitting contest.
You know, I don't think it gets any more intense than it does right here in this deal. This kind of like gives me a little. You ever see that little meme, whatever they have, little ducks sitting on the water, everything looks calm, and their little feet are just a paddling away. We got some heartbeats out here. Everybody's a pounding and working, and it's fun to see. Hard to place them, and I know just some subjective stuff, but it's neat to see, and I hope you're as proud of these guys as it was for me to work through them and get through them. So give all these guys a nice round of applause. I know they got to want to, and just a few things, just getting your calf to work. I think we've got, some showmen. If the calf was cooperating a little bit, they maybe show off just a little bit more. But in my mind, as they kept going down through here and we kept going, as I kept going down through there and looking at the side, it was pretty straightforward to me. I think the one show person distanced himself pretty well. I guess I'd said him. Young man at end, he's going to be our champion showman. Give him a nice round of applause on a heck of a good job. And then once we get past here, congratulations, young man. They are placed right down the line. So second, third, I think did well. So again, congratulations where they're at. Great group to work through. My congratulations to all of them.
Results of our 4-H intermediate showmanship drive. 8th, Tragan Apodaca. 7th, Blake Davis. 6th, Asher Defoe. 5th, Audrey Weber. 4th, Tatum Thompson. 3rd, Riley Vetter. Our reserve champion is Iris Lahiff, and our champion, Braden Vetter. All right, for our juniors, we have 3 heats. We're going to split heat 2, okay, and put Ella Berry and Grace Berry with that first heat, and Hazel Meadowcroft and Hannah Defoe into the next heat. All right, at this time we have Heat 1 in the show ring for our junior showmen. We have Quincy Sutherland, Everett Wilkinson, Landon Wilkinson, Connor Olavison, Ella Berry, and Grace Berry.
as we go through. That was interesting. We had to go out there, and I think times we do, and I don't sometimes say that too, but we thank our ring help and our volunteers. So the folks around, give them a nice round of applause for our ringmen for helping out for these kids. So we're kind of jumped in there just a little bit, but I had 3 of them that come out of here going to make it. To young man right there in the second spot, young lady there in the blue shirt, and the young lady right beside her be the 3 going to make it into the finals. Yep, that'd be you. Congratulations. And give them all a nice round of applause. We appreciate them.
We need Case Kolkman to the gate, please, checking in. We should have Heat 2 ready to go. Hazel Meadowcroft, Hannah Defoe, Camden Wilson, Reese Rico, Case Kolkman, Dawson Sedman, and Ethan Breton. Attention in the barn. If we have any Pee-wee showmen who would like to show a steer, come on up and get signed up here. That will follow the juniors. From Heat 1, we need Connor Olavison, Ella Berry, and Grace Berry to be checking back at the gate. All right, so far I have 5 peewees signed up to show next. Any others?
Yep. Try to get our data set there, and I tell you, we've got, and it doesn't matter what you're doing, you got to make sure you get them right. And go rounds are go rounds, so it's hard to say, but I'm keeping 5 out of this go round because this was stacked in a little bit tighter, and we've got just probably a little more experience as we bring those other 3 back. We'll see where we're at. So, hey, I think they done good. We're going to see them again. We're going to have to re-rack and have a good group, but we got to make sure we get it right. because no matter what you say, I don't care how big or tall you are, it's important to you that you get where you deserve to be and where you be. So good set of kids. I know we got two dead, and I feel bad for the young man at the far end. I think he does a good job. Just had a calf push him around. So give him a good round of applause.
All right, we are going to bring back our top 8 junior showmen. At the gate, we should have Connor Olavison, Ella Berry, Grace Berry, Hannah Defoe, Camden Wilson, Reese Rico, Dawson Sedman, and Ethan Breton. All right, we should have our 6 Pee Wee showmen checking in at the gate. We have Kieran Landers, Briggs Defoe, Will Pugmire, Mason Limbitz, Matthew Breton, and Ethan Martinez signed up. I'd like to announce in the barn that our Laramie County cattle women are having their pie and ice cream social back here. So it's free to the public. So if you'd like a piece of pie and ice cream, please join them.
Hey, we get down to 2, and I'm still making up my mind. So as we go through there, but hey, what a fun set of kids to go through. And I know we had the 2 different go rounds, and I think they went well. And a young lady come out of that first go round too as we went, and very, very competitive. And I know it's hard, and we went through experience levels in each one of the divisions, which is very, very acceptable and understandable. So it goes good. I just wanted to make sure that we kind of built it up to this. This is a big deal. It is very important. We want to see where we're at. So if you folks put your hands together, I'll walk over and name you champion. The other one will be a reserve.
All right, results of our Junior Beef Showman Championship Drive. In 8th place, we have Connor Olavason. 7th, Ella Berry. 6th, Reese Rico. 5th, Ethan Breton. 4th, Hannah Defoe. 3rd, Grace Berry. Our reserve champion, Camden Wilson, and our champion, Dawson Sedman. All right, at this time, we have our peewees coming into the show ring. We have 6 exhibitors: Kieran Landers, Briggs Defoe, Will Pugmire, Mason Lembitz, Matthew Breton, and Ethan Martinez.
All right. Hey, what's your... Hang on, we'll get it right here. Just wait. You jumped ahead of a question. All right, tell everybody what your name is.
Briggs.
Briggs. Sounds good. Then I was going to ask you, where's your mom and dad? We're going to point to them, and you're always waving to them. Did very good. All right, we'll keep working our way down. All right, who do we have here? What's your name? William. All right. Where's your mom and dad at? Where we at? Over here? Right there. Who's helping you? Cousin? Very good. Awesome. Very good. All right. Who do we have here? What's your name?
Kieran,
Karen, where is your mom and dad at? Back over there. Yep, there we go over there. All right. What's the name? Who's your helper?
Ken, my brother.
Is he good help? Very good. All right. All right, you ready? Are you having fun? Dad said have fun, didn't he? What's your name?
Mason,
Mason? Yep. Where's your mom and dad at?
right there.
Running to getting us on video camera, ain't they? What's the name of your calf? Who's your helper?
Charles,
Yep. Who's your helper?
Charles,
Oh, Tars. Oh, I got you. Very good. Awesome. Thank you. All right. What's your name?
Matthew,
Matthew. Where's your mom and dad at? They right over there. There we go. Good. Who's your name of your helper?
my brother,
Your brother. What's the name of the calf?
Shadow,
Shadow. Very good. All right. Who's got the cool calf down here? What's your name?
Ethan,
Ethan. Very good. Where's your mom and dad at? Right over there. Yep. Got it on video. Very good. What's the name of this calf?
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll. I remember that. That was a good one. Who's helping you out here?
Wait,
Yeah. Very good. She good help?
yes.
Very good. All right. Hey, good group of kids. I'm impressed they got up in here. Folks, give them a good round of applause out here.
All right, we're going to hold at the gate. We need to add some more shavings to the show ring. Just a reminder to our champion and reserve champion showmen, if you are wanting to do the round robin, you need to come see me. Out the jot form online, but if you're planning on doing the round robin, you need to fill that out today. All right. Right. Entering the ring at this time, we have our market beef underweight. 3 showmen. Their animals weighing anywhere from 945 to 1,022 pounds. We need the heifer class to be checking in at the gate. We have Caden Egley, Camden Wilson, Dawson Sedman, Tatum Thompson, and Kale Schnell.
Did a little bit of a change up there, just a little. We just have 3, and not bringing them across here. So interesting class, very challenging to go ahead and as you take a look, as you got to look at them for where they're going to be because we're not at weights that we'd call acceptable enough in terms of market weight, in terms of weight. So what I felt with the effort to start with, I thought she had some muscle, had some shape, has some expression, but she has that extra extension and future growth to her that I think if we take her from here and get her bigger and get her closer to a more desirable end weight, I think she has the ability to do that, being less conditioned right now. So I like her build, I like her kind. She needs to be just a little further along if she could. The Baldy heifer, what I thought she was is really good hipped, good in terms of movement and mobility. For me, just a little too short-bodied, a little too compact for the amount of condition she's covering here today, but yet still one that we like from a soundness and a squareness standpoint. I like the top and hip and roundness of rib of the gray one, a little more upright in her shoulder angle and her hip for being a little bit more moderate one. But still, 3 nice heifers. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of our underweight class. 3rd goes to Caden Egley. 2nd, Quincy Landers. And 1st, Demi Kriz. This time we have our heifer class. We have Caden Egley, Camden Wilson, Dawson Sedman, Tatum Thompson, and Kale Schnell. Animals weighing from 1,029 to 1,337 pounds. At this time, we need our Hereford class. How many classes do we have? We have one class, 3 exhibitors, Asher Defoe, Hannah Defoe, with 2 animals.
As we get out here in your market heifer division and being from the state of Iowa, where we do quite a little bit of, market heifers, it gets to be a little bit, there's some challenge in this depending on where we go. And I just decided on the 3 high quality ones to the front end, that maybe just from a number standpoint, we'd like to see their weights heavier. So then I think we just sit back and call them acceptable enough in terms of size, and then we just sort them in terms of quality. Young lady, I like your heifer in terms of just her massive amount of rib and her capacity. She still has some top and hip. She's still attractive from the side. I would change her hind leg. I think the one behind her is probably a little sounder in terms of her hind leg movement and mobility, but I think a very, very good female if you want to take her out. And you will be our champion market heifer, so congratulations to her there. Give her a hand. Young man's heifer coming out here next. Very, very high quality, has a really good look. She's very sound and mobile and athletic in terms of her structure, good in terms of her balance. Just would like to see her, she's getting some body shape, but for her size, I'd like to see her a little more dimensional in her center body to compete with one ahead of her, but still a very, very good female that had a distinct advantage in terms of soundness over the heifer ends up in third. Now your heifer in third, when I look at her for being of the hitting a 1,200 pound weight, she's big bone, she's wide hip, she's built good that way. For me today though, from her chest floor back to her flank, she tapers back. I'd like to see a little bit more rib, and she's just a nickel straight in terms of her shoulder rear hock. Just like to soften her up just a little, but still a very good haired, well cared for heifer. You did a very, very good job on a nice trio of very, very high quality ones. Went ahead and used the size and power of the next young man's heifer coming out at 1337. She's probably closer to that right weight that we'd like to see. I would just like to see her smoothed up a bit and have her blend just a little bit better as she goes together. The next heifer, even though lighter in the class, she still is putting some condition, but she just gives up a notch in terms of balance and a notch in terms of muscle comparatively to this contemporaries in this class, but still a very, very nice female. Give them a hand for a good job heading out of here.
Results of the heifer class: 5th place, exhibited by Caden Egley. 4th, Kale Schnell. 3rd, Tatum Thompson. Our reserve champion market heifer goes to Camden Wilson, and our champion heifer exhibited by Dawson Sedman. In the show ring, we have 3 exhibitors for our Hereford class. Those animals weighing 1,411 pounds to 1,446. We need the Angus Class 1 exhibitors to be checking in. We have Isabella Osterman, Keaton Reisdorfer, and Gavin Davis.
For a trio of steers that carry the same brand, you could tell very, very similar, very, very good in terms of their kind. They've got quality, they've got smoothness, and they got some conditions we get in here. And you back off, they just got a lot of look. So as we go through, as we went, I'll just try to tell you the few differences that I saw in terms of going back out here. And I went and I thought probably muscle-wise, I probably thought the boy in second probably had just a little bit of advantage in terms of muscle get behind him, but not enough difference to sway him. But when I got back here off the side, the one I started with is the best balanced, deepest in terms of chest, floor, back into rear rib and flank, and still just proportions and balance is the best within this lineup, and that's why I liked him to be our champion. Hereford out here, the young man there in second, that's going to be reserve. You know, he's a shot darker colored, so he gives you that nice, good, mellow look when you look from the side. He's probably the thick-ended steer of the group like I talked about. But when we get him back out here, he tapers up just a little in terms of his flank and drop him down a little more in terms of his quarter to give him that perfect balance that maybe that calf right ahead of him has. The dark pigmented calf comes out here in third. A little prouder in terms of if you want some extension up there through his front end in terms of cleanliness. I think he has that advantage. I just felt he was just a little bit flatter in terms of quarter, a little bit narrower calf that still didn't have enough flank to him. But again, three very nice steers. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of the Hereford division. Third place, Hannah Defoe. Second, and our reserve champion Hereford goes to Asher Defoe. And our champion Hereford exhibited by Hannah Defoe. Entering the show ring, we have our Angus Class 1. Those animals weighing from 1131 to 1,200 pounds. This time we need Class 2 of the Angus division to be checking in at the gate. We need Lane Harless, Landon Wilkinson, Everett Wilkinson, and Trigg Sedman to be checking in at the gate.
You know, really good. This is a challenging class, and you're going to have to tell you what I'm seeing, what I'm appreciating, where we would change, and then how you want to list your priorities. It'd be your prerogative, and I could understand that. To me, young lady, your steer wins the class because he's a combination steer within here. He still has balance. He's the best in terms of his structure. He still has some shape and muscularity. He's not the stoutest in terms of muscle. That goes as the steer behind him. But just his combination of balance and kind allow him to win the class. Young man, you're steering second. He is upturned in terms of his neck. He is the biggest backed one of the three out here. I like that about him. He's stout and powerful. When we get him back out on the side, I'm just not comfortable enough in terms of the way he's designed in his hind leg. I'd like to see him more relaxed in his hock, set down his hind leg and move just a bit better for him to go ahead and win this class, but is still a very high cutability steer that's got some look and eye appeal. A smooth made one comes out here in third. I like that about him. He's deep-sided and smooth. He gives up the most. He's a little frailer featured individual. I'd like to power him up that way, and just like the steer ahead of him, I would change his hind leg design just a bit to make him a little more competitive in this trio, but still, young man did a nice job of showing. I can appreciate him for that, and a good class of Angus steers.
Results of Angus Class 1. Third goes to Keaton Reisdorfer. Second, Gavin Davis. And first, Isabella Osterman. At this time, we should have Class 2 of the Angus coming into the show ring. Those animals weighing from 1,233 to 1,265 pounds. We should have Lane Harless, Landon Wilkinson, Everett Wilkinson, and Trigg Sedman. Just a reminder, in the beef barn, please have your animals ready to go. This time we need Class 3 exhibitors to be checking in at the gate. We have Ethan Breton, Brianna Hollingsworth, Catalina Walski, Connor Olavison, and Ainsley Halligan. Please be checking at the gate.
As we get out here to this second class Angus steers, we got a really good calf to go ahead and start with. And, you know, he is absolutely one of them ones, you just a no doubter within this drive of cattle as far as one to win. Extremely good balance. He's very proportional. He's clean up there in his front end. He's thick and muscular right in there behind his shoulder, down his top, out his hip, like you'd expect to see for a market steer. Still good that lower skeleton in terms of rib cage. Just a good calf. We're sure to talk some nice things about him. And a good individual. Young man, your steer, I went in and put him in second. I got back off him. I thought he's the next best in terms of balance. He had some length, some extension. He still has some muscle to him. I'd like to see him just a little softer in terms of a little 4 more days on feed for a little bit more condition to him. But a good outline, good calf, showed a lot better here for you. Did a nice job. Young man steer comes out here next, and I thought it just a big soggy. That'd be you, just a big soggy calf that's got some balance. He's got a little bit more up there to his front end than maybe the steer right there ahead of him, but I thought he just a good, solid, basic, honest calf that's got some chance to grow and get some dimension. Young lady, I like things about your calf in terms of muscle and body. I think he's just a little bit fat for his frame size. He comes at me just a little bit smaller, more moderate, to the point I just would like to see more extension to him. But he still has some good things to him. It's a good calf. He did a nice job. So give her a nice round of applause and congratulate those exhibitors.
Results of the Angus Division Class 2. We have 4th place, Everett Wilkinson. 3rd, Landon Wilkinson. 2nd, Lane Harless. And 1st, Trigg Sedman. At this time, we have Class 3 of the Angus Division entering the show ring. We have Ethan Breton, Brianna Hollingsworth, Catalina Walski, Connor Olavison, and Ainsley Halligan. These animals weighing 1,313 pounds to 1,351. Okay, at this time we should have Angus Class 4. Those exhibitors checking in at the gate: Michaela Curlis, Cage Reisdorfer, Brinley Farthing, Luke Rico, and Owen Green.
Well, in this class of Angus Steers is an interesting class to put together again. I mean, you've got some things that would change a little bit, but it makes for a really good class of discussion. It'll be a great class of 4 collegiate judging contest, 4-H judging contest, whatever, judging contest of 4, because I think you do have some differences and yet some similarities. So I chose to use young man steer to start with because I thought muscle-wise, I thought he's big back, big hipped, had some shape to him. I thought he was the most dimensional of the 4 out here. And I would probably square him up in his hip. I think he gets a little more rounded right there in his hip and kind of throws him off a little bit for a balance, where I've been talking about balance and power, but still a very, very good individual to go ahead and start with. Young lady, you're steering second. I thought he was silhouette-wise, had a good look from the side, good in terms of his top, a little better in terms of his hip, in terms of squareness. From his hooks to his pins and his pins down. I think he did a good job in that regard. I'd like to see him a little softer, a little bit more conditioned to smooth him up a bit, but a very, very nice calf. I like the bone, the depth of the body. You go ahead and you can walk him on out. He's a good deep bodied calf that comes out here next. A little bit raw, I think, is how I would talk about him. A little more collapse from his shoulder into his forerib than we'd like to see. Right hand. There you go. Very good. Thank you. The one here in third, Old Shadow, right there in his forerib, I'd like to give him a little bit more extension, a little bit more dimension in that point. I thought he's just a little bit raw, but I like his bone work. I like the way he sets down in his pasterns and the way he does some things. My showmanship girl, who does such a good job of getting one stuck. He's big topped, he's square up high, a little too frail, a little too flat for me to go ahead and move him up any higher. But you do a good job of presenting him. Just maybe not enough calf in that standpoint, but I sure appreciate watching you show. You do a very nice job.
Results of Class 3 of the Angus Division. 4th place, Brianna Hollingsworth. 3rd, Ethan Breton. 2nd, Ainsley Halligan. And 1st goes to Connor Olavison. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 4. We have Michaela Curlis, Cage Reisdorfer, Brinley Farthing, Luke Rico, and Owen Green. Those animals weighing from 1397 to 1475.
You know, another in this bigger class of Vegas steers, a very, very impressive set of cattle again to go through and sort. And young lady brings us a really high quality one to go ahead and win the class with. Very, very attractive, very muscular, very shapely. Got some top and hip, and yet get out there, he's still got that roundness to that lower rib that I've been talking about in some of the other parts of the day. But a good place to start. Going to be very competitive. Congratulations to her. The steer in second, big-bodied, sound, very practical, very productive in terms of his build. A little more refined in terms of his bone work. Maybe like to power him up in terms of the lower quarter. But you can't argue the fact that he's a big-bodied, kind of a wide-built, super sound-legged one that does a nice job. Young lady did a good job on there. The big calf of the class of 1475, kind of loud and proud. He sticks his head up in the air. He's got a great big old top, big old hip. Maybe not as attractive in his chest floor from a balance standpoint, but definitely a meat and potato steer that's got some thickness, got some top, got some dimension to him. Next year coming out here, I think he does so and fits right there just in a practical balance standpoint. I like that about him. He's got some rib shape. Shapes up nice, a little more straighter, a little more upright in terms of his front shoulder. Does some things there. We'd like to relax him in terms of his structure, make him carry his hip back just a little bit longer. There's no doubt it's a big topped, heavy muscle when it comes out here next, but just didn't have as much balance and eye appeal as I'd like to see. But still a good calf. It's got a lot of good to him, which constitutes a very, very good set of steers, again, that we've been seeing in our show. So give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results of Class 4. Fifth place, Cage Reisdorfer. Fourth, Luke Rico. Third, Owen Green. Second, Brinley Farthing. First, Michaela Curlis. Right, at this time, we're going to bring back our top two from the Angus division. So we need from Class 1, we need Isabella Osterman and Gavin Davis. Class 2, we need Trigg Sedman and Lane Harless. Class 3, we need Connor Olavison and Ainsley Halligan. And from Class 4, we need Michaela Curlis and Brinley Farthing. Need Lane Harless from Class 2. We need Lane Harless from Class 2 to be in the show ring at this time.
Well, Laramie County fairgoers and watchers, boy, a good set of Angus steers out here, and I know we're just one shy from having our full 8 out here, but very, very impressive. Cattle that have some practicality to them, have some real world doability, but yet still have that show ring eye appeal. So as we get out here, it ain't going to take too long to get figured out. I think we got a pair of these that are very, very high quality. I think we've got a very distinct winner. And I think we got a good reserve there. So we bring this other second in here. When he gets him in here, gets him parked, just take a second and just appreciate the quality these Angus exhibitors have brought to you here at your county fair, which is very, very impressive to see. Cattle that are fed good. CAB cattle are going to make restaurant-style beef here at the end of the day. So, folks, put your hands together. Great set of Angus cattle. My congratulations to these exhibitors.
Our reserve champion Angus, exhibited by Trigg Stedman, and our champion Angus, exhibited by Michaela Curlis. Okay, at this time we have the AOB English Cross. Class 1, we should have Dylan Vernon, Quincy Sutherland, Dylan Vernon, Brant Jacobson, and Elise Martins. All right, entering the show ring, we have our AOB English Cross. Class 1, we have Dylan Vernon, Quincy Sutherland, Dylan Vernon, Brant Jacobson, and Elise Martins. These animals weighing 1132 to 1219. At this time, we need Class 2 of the AOB English Cross to be checking in at the gate. Callie Harless, Walter Martins, Kenrick Landers, Ella Berry, Harper Anderson, and Catalina Walski. Just a reminder, we need to keep our first and second place class winners ready for the division. Another reminder that if you are wanting to do the round robin tomorrow, if I could have the reserve showman and the champion showman please do the jot form online, or even if you're in the top 6 of the showman, please sign up. Okay, you have until the end of today to get signed up.
Changing up just a little bit to make sure everybody can kind of see him well as we go out here. And a good, interesting class to put together. It does have some challenges as far as putting them together, but same things that we keep our emphasis on is muscle, balance, and finish, and where they go. And really, the one that's to the highest degree is the Hereford calf, in my opinion, to go ahead and win the class. He's got a big old top in him. He's good in his upper skeleton from his hooks to his pins. He still relatively balances really well, and probably the one that still is putting the most positives together for the weight he is today and where we project him on down the road. So I'd like him to go ahead and win. Congratulations to him. Young man with the red baldy calf comes out here next. He's the best balanced. He's got the best look when we get him off to the side in terms of strength of top, still levelness to his underline. He's the greenest in the class, needs to have a little bit more to him in terms of doability, but still a very, very nice individual to fit right there in that second spot. Young lady, I like your Bronco-headed calf in terms of length of body, extra extension. He gives a nice look in terms of being proportional and smooth made from front to rear. When you get your hands on him, I'd like to see just a little more condition over top of his ribs and just a little bit more lower dimension for him to be ideal. The red baldy calf, when he gets out here and goes, he's a deep-sided, soggy one. Would like to maybe clean his neck up and change him a bit in terms of his hip, but I thought he was very clean-jointed, very sound, very athletic for his build that he gives us. The belted steer as he comes out, a good thick topped one, and it's got some shape and extension. Gets a little frailer in terms of his bone work, and I thought a little bit more underneath himself in terms of straightness to his front shoulder and underneath himself in terms of hind leg. But young lady did a very nice job and improved a lot from showmanship. My compliments to her for doing a very nice job.
Results of Class 1, AOB English Cross. 5th place, Quincy Sutherland. 4th, Dylan Vernon. 3rd, Elise Martins. 2nd, Dylan Vernon. 1st, Brant Jacobson. Now entering the ring, we have Class 2, the AOB English Cross. We have Callie Harless, Walter Martins, Kenrick Landers, Ella Berry, Harper Anderson, and Catalina Walski. These animals weighing from 1267 to 1393. Okay, we need our 1st and 2nd place exhibitor from Class 1 to be back at the gate. We need Brant Jacobson and Dylan Vernon.
What nice class of some good doing, kind of productive bodied, kind of cattle with some real world build that we can appreciate. The blue roan, I pretty well found him pretty quick. He's a big topped one that's got some balance. He handles good in terms of condition. I like his squareness, and yet still for having some condition, he's still clean in terms of his underline and shape. Still got a little extra shot of bone. Just a good calf. Congratulations to you on a nice class winner. Young lady steer that comes out here next. He's a thick top, big bodied, real beefy one in terms of his build. I like that shape. He gets a little bit crestier in terms of his neck. Maybe doesn't have the bone of my class winner, but he's got a good, soft, easy feeding build that we can appreciate. One that has some extension, comes out the top side of his neck with a good look is the young man steer there in third. Deep-sided, smooth. Like to power him up in terms of muscle, but of the remaining cattle, he's the next best in terms of structure, in terms of build, way he gets out and goes. If you have him just a little fatter, I think he would move up a spot or two. Very good calf. Did a nice job with him as well. Young lady there comes out here next. Again, I thought was a calf that probably had the next best in terms of body and balance. He's very long and about his hip and got some dimension to him. Just a little longer toed, a little bit fed just a little harder, but part of that just gets him underneath himself just a little more, but still a very good calf. The body calf, smooth, slick-haired one, that's got some smoothness, got some depth to his side, needs more muscle. Got to have a little more width, a little more power for him to move up a little bit, but still built very nice. One coming out to class is one that he's got some attractive to it in terms of cleanness and pattern. I've got to give him more body. He two's a little bit longer toed, gets up underneath himself in terms of his structure just a little more than I'd like to see. But again, a nice class that was very competitive, top to bottom. My congratulations. Yeah, very good.
Results from Class 2 of the AOB English Cross. 6th place, Catalina Walski. 5th, Callie Harless. 4th, Harper Anderson. 3rd, Walter Martins. 2nd, Ella Berry. And 1st, Kenrick Landers. We need our top 2 to return back to the show ring. Okay, at this time, we need exhibitors from Class 1 of the Maine Anjou Maine Cross Division. We have Jace Golding, Taya Thompson, and Adrian De La Cruz.
Out here in this division of English Cross, we have our 2 class winners and our 2 seconds competing out here for Grand Reserve in this division. And I think it's a good division, maybe not quite as deep as our Angus that we just had before, but, keeping some same things that we look in terms of priorities, in terms of muscle, body, balance, and finish. And I think there's a steer of the pair that becomes pretty easy of these 2 to look to be champions. So, young man right here with you, blue, you're going to be champion. Give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations, sir. Very good. Then I think for reserve, it just gets down between the Hereford and the black one. And I just feel the black one's got more body, more top, just more product to him. Gives me a good look. Young lady, right there in second, you're going to be reserve. Congratulations to you.
Our reserve champion in the AOB English Cross Division, exhibited by Ella Berry. Our champion is Kenrick Landers. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 1 of the Main Anjou Main Cross. We have Jace Golding, Taya Thompson, and Adrian De La Cruz. Animals weighing from 1050 to 1144. We need Class 2 to be checking in. We need Braden Jacobson, Grace Berry, and Grace Bays. Check in at the gate.
This whole class here gets challenging because you've got to really kind of draw your line in the sand and what you stand for, where you're at, and where you want to be. Now, I will say that we could pick on all three of them, and I will a little bit, but all three are still good. So don't let me get too carried away being too negative. The one to start with probably just a little too moderate for me. But of this class of lighter weight cattle, he's the best in terms of balance. He's the best structured. He gives us that good look of proportionality and some body density. I like those things about him. He is a calf that's visually impaired, and it kind of causes him to walk a little different at sometimes, but just a little moderate, but still a very high quality calf. Now, he wasn't really my decision that I had to make, and my decision between second and third because I got a different look. The reason I used your steer in second, he's acceptable enough for me in terms of structure. So I'm saying he's got enough structure. He's still up-headed. He's long about his neck, and he has some balance. He needs more condition. He needs more power to be a little more competitive with the one right ahead of him. But I still think he's still acceptable enough in terms of his build. Young man, I don't need to be hard on your calf in terms of big top, big hip, got some big hair. But for me, I'm just not comfortable enough in terms of his structure on both ends to go ahead and move him up any higher. So again, nice class. Has some challenges that you had to put together, but again, I compliment these good exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 of the main division. Third, Adrian De La Cruz. Second, Jace Golding. And first, Taya Thompson. This time we have Class 2 entering the show ring, Braden Jacobson, Grace Berry, and Grace Bays. Animals weighing from 1257 to 1324. This time we need Class 3 to be checking in at the gate. Audrey Weber, Case Kolkman, and Hadley Urich.
Young lady, you wasn't sure what I was up to there in terms of getting in there, was you? I was a little confused when we come back in here. We're just trying to get them where we can line them up and see them from the side so we can see them. But, there's no doubt that your steer to win the class does so just from a combination standpoint. He is very attractive from the side. He's got a lot of presence about him. He's still shapely in terms of his top when you get your hands on him. Maybe not quite as much condition as the one in second. I do give him some advantages there. But when we put your calf in motion, he maintains his top the best of the trio of calves, and I like his look, and I like where he's at today, and this is just a good, solid calf to go ahead and start with. A stout, wide-built one comes out here next in second. A little more upright in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to see him handle his top a little bit better. He might have a slight advantage in muscle versus my class winner, but it's not a lot in terms of muscle. He probably does have just a little more condition that helps him allow to get there. I just like to free him up as he goes. Young man there in third, and calf, if you could just fix him in terms of his front angle to his shoulder and his knee, just like that one in the last class, you got to say, hey, just not comfortable enough in terms of structure to be able to raise those things. He's got some things we do like. I do dang sure like the way you show one. You do a very good job. Congratulations to you.
Results from Class 2. Third place, Braden Jacobson. Second, Grace Berry. And first, Grace Bays. We need Audrey Weber to the gate. At this time, we should have Class 3 ready to go. Audrey Weber, Case Kolkman, and Hadley Urich. At this time, we need our first and second places from Class 1 and Class 2 to be back at the gate. From Class 1, we need Taya Thompson and Jay Scolding. Class 2, we need Grace Bays and Grace Berry.
Really nice trio of steers. These three, as you get out and study them, all three of them are very heavy muscled, very stout market steers that do have a good look. The steer to me that is still the best in terms of his look, the best in terms of his balance, and gives us some show steer things is the young lady steer on that far side that's going to go ahead and win the class. He gets a little level-headed at times, but he's very clean-fronted. He's round and dimensional in terms of his lower rib shape. Got some thickness like him in terms of one that has bone but still clean-jointed. Gets a little bit rounded his hip, but a very, very good class to start. You know, the calf there in second, he gets out on the side move. He's a stout-featured. He's got a big old stout forearm, big in terms of right there behind his shoulders, the way he opens up into his rib cage, which makes him very, very impressive. You know, the slight difference there for him to be second is hock to the ground. I didn't think he was quite as clean in terms of his joints and his hock as the one right there ahead of him, but that's a good and fat market steer, good-looking calf. Young lady steer in third is still very attractive. He's very muscular, got the stoutness, got the power, just not as comfortable in terms of his top shape. Gets a little up right there in the middle of his back. It kind of throws him up in terms of balance as he gets up underneath himself. I'd just like to see him just relax and show himself off a little bit better. But where he's tensed up, that's just kind of what he does when we go ahead and look to evaluate him here today in terms of that. He just gets a little bit out of balance. But it's in a nice class of three main entry cross steers.
Results from Class 3. Third, Hadley Urich. Second, Case Kolkman. And first, Audrey Weber. We're now bringing in our first and second places from the three classes. So from Class 1, we should have Taya Thompson and Jace Golding. From Class 2, we have Grace Bays and Grace Berry. And from Class 3, we have Audrey Weber and Case Kolkman. Could I get Christine Magnuson up here, please? Christine Magnuson. Okay, at this time, we need Class 1 of the Charlet to be checking in at the gate. We have Jackson Osterman, Kennedy Schnell, Kennedy Miller, and Olivia Love. Please be checking in at the gate.
Again, as we've been privy to a really, really good steer show here today, we get out here to another division and we've got several really high quality individuals to look and talk about. You know, cattle that have look and eye appeal and still have some product, some dimension to them, give us that, you know, that good show steer look. And I think we get here, you know, the lightweight, you know, that was the struggling class, a little more moderate, and then we get into a couple bigger calves that sure have some shape. But for me out here in this division, I think there's pretty handily a steer to go ahead and win this set. Young lady right here is going to be my champion. I'll take a look. We'll get us reserved. But give her a nice hand. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion, Main Anjou Cross, Case Kolkman, and our champion, exhibited by Audrey Weber. We have 3. All right, at this time, we should have Class 1 of the Charlet. Jackson Osterman, Kennedy Schnell, Kennedy Miller, and Olivia Love. Those animals weighing from 1037 to 1174. We need Class 2 of the Charlet. We need them checking in at the gate. We have Audrey Weber, Gavin Broda, Blake Davis, and Brooklyn Kopetsky need to be checking in at the gate.
As we move into our Charlotte Cross steers, good class. As I think it just kind of as it go through, I think it breaks apart. I think we got an easy one to go ahead and start with. He's very stout, very muscular. Still gives me a good clean line package when I step back off the side and take a look at him. But that old calf is explosive when you get right there behind him in terms of his hip. Does good. Maybe we could give him just a little more flank relative to his chest floor, but still a very, very good calf. There wasn't a lot of doubt about him winning the class. The rat tail steer that comes out here in a second, I thought he's just a square built, big bodied, tremendous in terms of just depth of rib and shape to him. You're welcome. I like that about him. maybe just a little bit shorter bodied, needs a little more inner quarter and stifle to compete with our one that wins the class. But boy, just fundamental build. I sure like the way he's put together. Does some nice things. Definitely has a muscle advantage over the steer in third. Steer in third is definitely the best looking one from the side profile in the class. He's flat about his shoulder. His neck comes up high in terms of extension. He's still level in his underline. Just needs more muscle, more power for him to compete here. The two cattle ahead of him in terms of a market class, but a good individual. Big, long-bodied calf, a little bit green in terms of shape and kind. I just like to give him more dimension, but he does have some muscularity. Congratulations to her.
Results of Class 1, Charlet Division. Fourth, Kennedy Schnell. Third, Olivia Love. Second, Jackson Osterman. And first, Kennedy Miller. At this time, we should have Class 2 at the gate. Ready? All right, at this time we have Class 2 entering the show ring. We have Audrey Weber, Gavin Broda, Blake Davis, and Brooklyn Kopetsky. Animals weighing from 1245 to 1286. This time we need Class 3 exhibitors to be checking in at the gate. Jace Davis, Hunter Miller, Reese Rico, and Isaac Urich.
I did in this class to get good talent, good challenging class to look and talk about. He didn't want to lead out there, but there's just no doubt in terms of his angles are so good and balance. He just got a show steer look to him. He's moderate in terms of his size, but he's still proportions extremely well. Just a high quality look that's got some turn to the upper part of his rib cage, good and full down his flank. Just a very good calf within this lineup here. The gold calf that comes out here in second, young man does a good job of showing him, so he gives a good look. I think at times he could probably be a little loose in terms of his design, but he's big and hard. Got some turn right there on his loin edge. In terms of his top, he's got some width from hooks to pins. When you get in there behind him, could just use a little more condition to kind of put everything together there as we get out there. I really did consider taking this here steer and moving him up a spot. Very, very attractive, very clean in terms of his pattern. One that I felt just got a little bit more refined in terms of his shape, a little flatter in terms of design, but still a good balanced calf that's straight and good and square about his lines. A stout hipped one comes out here. He's got some bones, so he uses his hind leg good. One to me, just probably his front end shoulder design probably wasn't acceptable enough. He's still a sound calf, but he opens up at the base of his chest floor, got a little more chest to him, which doesn't allow him to balance up, especially a little tighter in his top. But he's round and good at the bottom third of his rib and still got some muscularity to his hip. Young man's working hard on a good calf. Give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2. Fourth place, Blake Davis. Third, Brooklyn Kopetsky. Second, Gavin Broda. And first, Audrey Weber. At this time, we have Class 3 of the Charlet Division entering show ring. Jace Davis, Hunter Miller, Reese Rico, and Isaac Urich. Animals weighing from 1332 to 1487.
All the FFA exhibitors in the Kiwanis sale, don't panic because the steer show's not over. We will not have the meeting at 3 o'clock. We will give you a little bit after the steer show, but we'll have it before the bred and fed show. We'll make an announcement after the steer show on when we'll have it. So please be patient with us as the steer show finishes.
Right, we need our first and second place from Class 1. Kennedy Miller and Jackson Osterman. Class 2, Audrey Weber and Gavin Broda need to be back checking in at the gate.
It's going to be interesting class to talk about, especially in them second and third. I think that is our debate. There's no doubt about the steer to win the class. That is one big-footed, sound, flexible calf that is massive, massive in terms of muscle, in terms of his top, his rib cage, his hip. A little bit loose at times, and I don't think it's a super negative in terms of his build because he's got just a little bit of chest, a little bit of masculinity up there in his head and his neck. But boy, if you appreciate sound cattle that got mass and power to them, boy, that's your kind of calf right there. Liked him pretty well. Easy winner in this class. Then I felt the next best logical thing to do is use the next steer that matches him in terms of rib cage and body and muscle and power. I thought that was this calf. This calf's a little longer toed, gets a little straighter right there up in his front end, gets a little up right there in the center part of his back. I'd like to level him off there, but he's bold and stout and dimensional is like you'd like to see a market steer. The gray calf got a little better hair coat, comes here in third. I like his extension. The 2, 3rd, and 4th are bigger cattle in terms of frame and size. Just a little too dried out in terms of his rib. I got to give him a little bit more dimension in that mid-third for him to be more of a market steer, to be a little bit ready. The predominantly Charlet-looking calf right here is smooth enough in terms of his build and shape. Just needs more power, more muscle to be a little more competitive, but still a good made, smooth calf. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 3, 4th place, Reese Rico. 3rd, Isaac Urick. 2nd, Jace Davis. And 1st, Hunter Miller. At this time, we have our 1st and 2nd place finishes from all 3 classes. Class 1, we should have Kennedy Miller and Jackson Osterman. Class 2, we should have Audrey Weber and Gavin Broda. And from Class 3, we should have Hunter Miller and Jace Davis. At this time, we are calling Class 1 of the Crossbred Division. You need to be checking in at the gate. Asher Defoe, Camden Wilson, Lena Rodriguez, Hazel Meadowcroft, and Riley West.
As we get out here to your Shark Cross division and we get these out here again, you're just amazed of the first and seconds of having this kind of quality for us spectators to be able to judge and evaluate or just appreciate, quality and kind. This has been probably for the 3 class winners, been a heavier muscled version of a division that we've had out here as you'd expect with that cross. And 3 very, very nice individuals, and I think you could talk them either which way you wanted to. Won that first class. He did so pretty handily. He's a big top, big hipped one. He is explosive. You get behind him. Like to give him for that weight a little more condition, a little more body, but I love a lot of things about him. He's a very, very impressive individual. A young lady, your steer that come out of that middle class, talked about him a little bit moderate, but he is the show steer package if you just go for size and proportion. He's clean about his front end. He's good in terms of his rib. He's square, and he's just built really good, like his fullness to his flank. Just a little bit, like I talk about moderate, and you've got to ask yourself where you're at size-wise. Then we get to this bigger calf, and we talk about the show ring, and we like the long necks, and some of the guys get carried away on that. But, I like cattle that got body, performance, really sound and loose. I kind of dig that old calf really well. Like I say, you can make him a little cleaner fronted, but when you get that much power behind his shoulder in terms of top and hip and be that flexible, that is pretty impressive. You will be my champion for me out here in this division. Congratulations. Give him a nice round of applause.
Our reserve champion in the Charlet division is exhibited by Audrey Weber, and our champion exhibitor is Hunter Miller. We need Hazel Meadowcroft to check in immediately at the gate. Entering the show ring at this time, we have Class 1 of our crossbred division. We have Asher Defoe, Camden Wilson, Lena Rodriguez, Hazel Meadowcroft, and Riley West. Animals weighing from 1159 to 1233. Just a reminder, we have the round robin tomorrow morning. So if you have qualified, okay, please fill out the JOT form online, get it submitted. If you finished in the top 6 in showmanship, there's a chance you will make the round robin. So please sign up if you're interested.
challenging. I tell you, just got some slight differences in kind of how you're going to list your priorities, but a good class, two competitive, highly competitive, well cared for cattle that's put a lot of time and effort and management in them. Presentation is really well. I chose to start with the gray one. I thought he's just a little stouter in terms of his top and hip, got a little more shape and turn in terms of just hind quarter down into his sifle, just a little more dimension. He's still round about his rib. He just ain't deep enough in terms of his side. I like to see him a little bit deeper sided. I like to see him relax a little more in terms of his hock. He gets a little stiff in terms of his movement there. The black steer, really good looking when we get him set up from the side. He gives you some proportion, gives you some eye appeal from the side. I like that about him. But you get up on him and he probably just runs out a lower third dimension, just doesn't have enough to him. In one, when we put him in motion, he gets a little bit narrower base and just doesn't hold himself together quite as well, but he did a really good job. I told that young man right when we come up there and talked about him, I said, there's no doubt, and it's not much of a consolation prize, but I said, between this one and his market heifer, them's the best haired ones in terms of hair quality and cared for. And he said he'd put a lot of effort, but give him a nice hand for that. I tell you, it just doesn't happen for that. But that's a very good steer. The shorthorn steer, a little compact, a little bit moderate, but he is stout bodied. He is thick ended. He's got some proportion to him. Just like to see a little bit more extension. I think a true one that's got some shape, got some muscle, comes out here next. He's a little bit low-headed where he comes out and just doesn't want to give us that look and eye appeal we'd like to see. The baldy calf the young lady rounds out the class with, you know, and some of that similar cattle we've had here today that I sure can appreciate some good about them. They're deep-sided, they're smooth-made. He's been fed well. He's not over in terms of bone. He's not over in terms of muscle. But he's still very, very practical. Young lady did a nice job. Sure appreciate her effort and her attitude as she comes out here. Again, very, very nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 of the Crossbred Division. 5th, Hazel Meadowcroft. 4th, Lena Rodriguez. 3rd, Asher Defoe. 2nd, Camden Wilson. And 1st, Riley West. We should have Class 2 entering the show ring. Iris Lahif, Tragan Apodaca, Riley Vetter, and Braden Vetter. Animals weighing from 1250 to 1438.
as we get this class here put together. And I thought, just as you go through and, some things we'd change, but a lot of things you're going to like about him. But I think pretty handily for me, Steer to go ahead and win the class with a young man. When he get him set up, he kind of showed himself off there in showmanship as well. But you can see, he's got some extension. He's got a little extra size to him. He's awesome in terms of just foot structure and quality from that standpoint. Gives us a good balance, good look. I like him from a weight standpoint. Now, we could probably give him just a little more upper rib shape, and I think some of that would come with condition. But we'd maybe chub him up a little bit. But I tell you, that's still a very, very nice class. That pretty handily wins this class. Now, body-wise, there's no doubt in my mind, if you followed along here today, that one in second in terms of body shape is exactly what I like. He's full in his forerib, carries that boldness and spring to his rib all the way back into his rear rib, which is very impressive. He gets a little bit shorter in terms of his hip, a little sharper in terms of his hock, comes in and doesn't just set down his hind leg. If he had a beautiful hind leg, that body shape, he'd be one going the distance quite a little bit further. The gray calf, muscular, shapely, however you want to say, a little too tight in terms of his forerib, not soft enough in terms of his overall design, but still very sound, very complete from a structure standpoint. The black calf, deep-sided, still clean about his front end, got some balance, needs more fullness, needs a little bit more condition, a little more shape and fullness out there from his hooks to his pins into his quarter. But a good, nice balanced calf. You did a nice job. Congratulations. Give those guys a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2, 4th place, Tragan Apodaca. 3rd, Iris LaHiff. 2nd, Riley Vetter. 1st, Braden Vetter. Coming into the show ring, we have our top 2 places from each class of the crossbred. From Class 1, we have Riley West and Camden Wilson. From Class 2, we have Braden Vetter and Riley Vetter. Attention in the barn, we need to start making or getting our champions and reserve champions from each of our divisions to the gate. From the heifers, we have Dawson Sedman and Camden Wilson. From the Herefords, we have Hannah Defoe and Asher Defoe. The Angus, we have Michaela Curlis and Trigg Sedman. AOB English Cross, we have Kenrick Landers and Ella Berry. With the main Anjou and the main cross, we have Audrey Weber and Case Kolkman. Charlays, we have Hunter Miller and Audrey Weber.
Good, interesting way to end a very, very good steer show. And I know we got some exciting part of the show to come to us right now. But, these 2 crossbreds are very different, but very, very good in terms of quality. And, the thing I ask myself as I'm going through is, not that cattle all have to look the same, but you got to stay consistent in your priorities. And I think I've been that way in terms of, trying to stay that, consistent on where I have some give and take. But we'll talk about them, talk about the both of them, because I think both of them are worthy of, winning this division. The gray calf, beautiful colored, beautifully clipped, beautifully presented out here today. When he gets set up just like you do there, young man, he gives you a great look from the side. Very captivating. You can get very excited about that. Some questions that I've been talking about today where I have some question marks on him. One is body. I've been big on talking body and rib cage all day. And 2 is structure. I'd like to soften his structure just a little bit. Is he bad-bodied? Is he bad structured? No, but just a little bit where I talk about where I maybe like to see some differences. But again, he's got a good look and gives us a lot of those things. Your black steer comes out next. He's a bigger outline, but he's very sound. He's got some depth to his side. He's very, very attractive. He always gives you a good look. Part of it's showmanship. Part of it's a calf. You can't really set him wrong. I appreciate that. Now he, in terms of has depth of body, I'd still like to give him a little more fullness in terms of his behind his shoulders and the part right outside the backside of his shoulder, make him a little chubbier. But yet he's a big, sound, athletic one that still has a good look and still good in terms of muscle. So you've got some differences there, but that part of me, I guess, for one I can land on that I'm most comfortable, that is still good looking but has structure and balance. Young man right there with my black calf is going to be champion. Congratulations to him. The gray calf would be reserved.
Our reserve champion in the crossbred division goes to Riley West. Our champion crossbred exhibited by Braden Vetter. And at this time, we need our reserve and our champions from each division up at the gate for our overall 4-H market beef. From the heifer division, we have Dawson Sedman and Camden Wilson. Herefords, Hannah Defoe, Asher Defoe. From the Angus division, we have Michaela Curlis and Triggs Stedman. Or Sedman. AOB English Cross, Kenrick Landers and Ella Berry. The Maine Anjou Maine Cross, Audrey Weber, Case Kolkman. From the Charlets, we have Hunter Miller, Audrey Weber. And the crossbreds, we have Braden Vetter and Riley West. Following this overall drive, we will go with our youth pair of market beef owned by one exhibitor. So have those animals ready to go. We have several.
So we get out here. What a great moment, and what a great set of cattle you've got here. You know, and I started the day, and I told you there, and I was sincere about it. Any time you get the opportunity to be asked to come and work in front of young people like this, you know, it means something, and it is good. We figured we'd have us a good show when you got a facilities of this quality, and it sure makes it good. You know, just a lot of things. I know you folks are probably very appreciative too as well, but just take a second, look at them cattle, and give them kids a nice round of applause. You know, we talk cattle quite a little bit here today, and as they go through, and just a few things, if I would say, is you know, winning a show of this is a big deal. And I said there earlier that county fairs, I think, are one of the greatest things we have in America to come in there, and I think it's still pride. There's a lot of things to look at for that. But the thing I do is I always say keep it in perspective because winning does not define you. It is a big deal. And winning is just a celebration of the hard work that you did. You are defined as an individual of how you handle yourself, how you take care of yourself, how you treat others is more important than winning the show. And you want to be there, and the people you meet, and that's the thing about a county fair I love. You're a side of neighbors and relatives and everybody, and it's really good. So I think that is very important to keep in mind and go with that. So with that, I ain't got a whole lot more I'm going to say. I'm just going to go down here, and we're going to find, because I know we're going to pick us a 4-H champion to bring our FFA back in here and pick an overall supreme. But it's been a great show. It's been fun. I had a good time. Ring help's been awesome. Give everybody a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion.
All right, let's give a round of applause to all these exhibitors. Great job today, guys. All right, our overall 4-H market beef reserve champion goes to Braden Vetter, and our overall 4-H market beef champion, Audrey Weber. Again, we are doing our pairs owned by one owner. Please come to the gate and check in.
Once we complete the youth pairs, I will announce the top 10 market beef rate of gain. That'll give a few minutes for our champion and reserve champion for FFA and 4-H to get ready to come back in for our overall. So once again, we're going to do our 4-H youth pairs. If you have a pair of beef that you showed in the 4-H youth show that you would like to come back in with as a pair, you can do so. Following that, I will be announcing the rate of gain top 10, so be ready for that. And then shortly after that, we will have the top 2 from both FFA and 4-H coming back in for the overall top 4 for Laramie County Fair. Youth pairs that are owned by one exhibitor, please be making your way to the gate. Coming in the ring, we have a pair owned by Camden Wilson.
All right, whose are these? Dylan? Dylan's? Okay.
Our second pair that came into the ring are owned by Dylan Vernon. We have a pair of Herefords by the Defoes and another pair of with Asher Defoe. So one pair with Hannah Defoe and one pair with Asher Defoe.
Results of our youth pair of market beef owned by one exhibitor. Fourth place goes to Dylan Vernon. Third, Asher Defoe. Second, Hannah Defoe. And first goes to Camden Wilson.
Next, we're going to go ahead and announce the market beef rate of gain. We'd like to acknowledge Producers Livestock, Cattle Drive Video Market, and Jeff Berry for adding additional money for our exhibitors as premiums. The top 10 will receive, split between them, $750 that Producers has donated to acknowledge these exhibitors. If your name is called, please return to the ring for recognition at this time. I need Landon Wilkerson, Hannah Defoe, Luke Rico, Everett Wilkerson, Asher Defoe, Braden Vetter, Brindley Farthing, Reese Rico, and Brianna Hollingsworth. So again, for the market beef rate of gain, as soon as we get these announced, we'll go ahead and do our overall Laramie County top 4 from FFA and 4-H. But again, I need Asher Defoe, Landon Wilkerson, Hannah Defoe, Luke Rico, Everett Wilkerson, Brindley Farthing, Braden Vetter, Reese Rico, and Brianna Hollingsworth to the ring. Okay. The rate of gain started back in January when these kiddos weighed in their steers. And then when we took the weight again on Monday and divided that for their average daily gain. So in 10th place, we have Brianna Hollingsworth with a daily gain of 3.2 pounds per day. In 9th place, we have Luke Rico with an average daily gain of 3.205 pounds per day. Reese Rico in 8th place, average daily gain is 3.341 pounds per gain. In 7th place, we have Hannah Defoe with an average daily gain of 3.351. In 6th place, we have Braden Vetter with an average daily gain of 3.36. In 5th place, we have Brindley Farthing, average daily gain is 3.47. In 4th place, we have Landon Wilkerson with an average daily gain of 3.5 pounds. In 3rd place, we have Asher Defoe with an average daily gain of 3.681. In 2nd place, we have Everett Wilkerson with an average daily gain of 3.75. She will be receiving an extra added bonus of $150. And in 1st place, we have Hannah Defoe with an average daily gain of 3.73. She will be receiving $250 as an added bonus for her efforts in feeding her steers. Once again, we'd like to thank Producers Livestock Market, Cattle Drive Video Market, and Jeff Berry, the rep, for providing this additional money for our kiddos. Thank you very much.
No, that's 4-H. 4-H. Okay, FFA champion. All right, we should have our 2 4-H and 2 FFA market beef. All right, coming into the show ring, we have our FFA champion, exhibited by Taya Thompson. Our FFA reserve champion, exhibited by Riley Vetter. Our 4-H champion is Audrey Weber. And our reserve champion 4-H is Braden Vetter.
So get out here and come out here and get these two, the FFA champion versus the 4-H champion, and get ready to go. And you know, one thing as they got back out here, they just kind of amazed myself. Some days I was like, boy, if you just know what I like. These two cattle are very, very similar. There's some minor differences in terms of just structure and build, but boy, body shape, muscularity, condition still look like show steers. Are two very, very good. So again, you know, I just only right to say thanks for coming out here. I had a great time. It's been a really good show. It's been fun to do in this facility, and had a great time with the kids. So, you know, just as you go in passing, a lot of times I do say is, you know, just make sure you never know what anybody's going through. Be kind. It's easy to do. It doesn't cost you nothing. A smile will sure help make a difference in a lot of people's faces. I know there's a billboard down in Cahokia, Missouri I go by on the way the implement dealer when something breaks, and it said in there, it says, if you're having a bad day, help somebody in need, because that's 2 problems solved. Always hit me pretty hard because I'm always having a bad day when we got to go down there past that. But you know, it just doesn't matter. Keep life in perspective, keep a proper order, and you know what order that is, and go from there. So it's been good. Hey, this is a big deal. Put your hands together. We're going to get us 2 badasses for Grand Reserve. They're going to fit together well.
Our Laramie County overall reserve champion, overall grand reserve champion, exhibited by Taya Thompson. And our Laramie County overall grand champion goes to Audrey Weber. Audrey did with a 4-H
Also, real quick, at this time, if we can bring Audrey back in real fast. For the beef, we started a thing in 2008. We started a traveling trophy to honor Rhonda Gasper. Rhonda was a show mom to many of us kids that are about my age. She was incredible. She was a big advocate for agriculture. She was a big advocate for everything that went on as far as the show industry goes. And she taught a lot of kids the ways to show, and she loved her cattle. She ranched and raised cattle southeast of Pine Bluffs, and she also had many different kids that she called her own that were kids. And this is a traveling trophy that we present on behalf of Rhonda and her amazing efforts for the kids way back in the day, kids like myself. She was definitely one of our show moms. So congratulations to them, and she'll receive this traveling trophy for a year. Also, okay. You can give it. I'm not. Yeah, that'd be fine. You, FFA members, if you qualified for the FFA Kiwanis sale, as soon as they kind of leave the ring with this calf, we understand there might be a few of you guys that can't come in. We'll find you guys because of your cattle. But FFA members, if you've qualified for the FFA sale, please come in here. We'll have a short little meeting right here in the ring after they get out of the ring before the bred and fed. So FFA members that have qualified for the Kiwanis sale, please come into the ring real quick.
Yeah, the photographer. We need the Hot Shots photographer back to the show ring, please, quickly. Okay, one last time, let's give a round of applause to all of our great exhibitors. They need a picture. Our champion and to our judge, a big thank you.